I'd like to call to order the Kennedale City Council regular meeting, January 17th, 2023, 5:30 p.m. We are in the City Council chambers at 405 Municipal Drive, Kennedale, Texas 76060. Members of the public may join in person or access a live feed at our website, www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. However, the virtual option does not allow for public comment. To address the City Council regarding an agenda item, please submit a request to speak form, which is located on the table over here. And if you'll please submit that before our meeting begins. Speakers, you'll be allotted 3 minutes, and please limit your comments to the subject indicated on the form. And please address the Kennedale City Council as a whole rather than individual members or staff. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, the Kennedale City Council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during the meeting to seek legal advice from the city attorney on any item posted on the agenda. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilman Rocky Gilly,
Present.
Councilman Brad Horton,
Present.
Councilman Kenneth Michaels,
Present.
Councilman Austin Degenhart,
Present.
Councilman James Connor,
Here.
Mayor Joplin. We have a quorum for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. We'll begin with our work session, and we're going to rearrange the agenda items a bit just to help with some citizens' needs that they have to leave early. So we're going to start with E, which is the Senior Citizen Homestead Tax Freeze. And I would turn that over to Councilman Gilly at this time. Oh, and one more thing. So once we have our discussion and we end our discussion, if you have signed up to speak on that topic, that you will be allowed to speak, and then we'll move back to A.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. In Texas, the legislature authorizes cities to extend a tax ceiling, an over 65 tax ceiling. And this is just sort of the bullet points. And it's often called a tax freeze, and it is similar or equivalent to what is currently in place for your school district property taxes. This would be a ceiling on the property taxes paid to the city of Kennedale on your homestead, not all your property, but just the property that you have a homestead exemption on. And the ceiling would be set in the year the property owner reaches the age of 65. In the case of spouses, it would be when one spouse reached 65. The city property taxes after that point, if we had this exemption, might theoretically decrease. That's probably pretty rare, but they would never increase above that cap. This is not a tax cut, but it locks you into what you currently pay for property taxes when you reach 65. If we could go to the next slide, please. There are exceptions to this. Like if you add a pool or room or sunroom to your home, your ceiling would be adjusted. The value of the new addition that you would make would be added into the value of your home. But it wouldn't apply to normal maintenance and upkeep. And if the homestead changed hands, turned into rental property or leased, or neither spouse lives in the home, the tax cap would be removed. This is how you would apply. When you turn 65, you would file your over 65 homestead exemption with the Tarrant County Appraisal District. And TAD takes that and applies it to the taxing entities under its control in Tarrant County. You wouldn't have to fill out an extra form. and you wouldn't have to reapply every year. And if you already are over 65 and have a homestead exemption, you wouldn't have to fill out the form. So the next slide, please. This is an eye chart. I'm sorry about that. This is a list of the 44 cities in Tarrant County. And this is the exemptions, tax rate, that sort of thing. Out of the 44 cities in Tarrant County, Kennedale is one of the 14 that does not offer this to people once they reach the age of 65. Next one, please. All right, so why would we consider this exemption? This is a very simple example. It's close. I mean, it's simplified. There are a lot, you can go down a rabbit hole in property taxes. So this is just a very high level. But assume 20 years ago, you purchased a $100,000 home. To say if you kept it up and you're in Kennedale, it's now likely valued at $300,000. So a home that you bought and could pay for, pay the taxes on 20 years ago, now it's very different. If you'll look at the table going across, the year 2002, that's the $100,000 value. Then at that time in Kennedale, we offered a $30,000 over 65 exemption. And that means that reduced the taxable value of your home from 100,000 to 70,000 at that time. In 2002, the tax rate was 0.7125, and the taxes that you paid would have been $500, $499. Adjusted for inflation using the CPI numbers, and there's arguments about how accurate CPI calculators are, but it's what everyone tends to use. That would be the today's equivalent of $819. So that's if your taxes had stayed flat, your valuation had stayed flat, that's about what you would pay. Now, if we look at the 2022 line, assuming that home is now worth $300,000, we a few years ago, we increased the over 65 exemption to $60,000. So that would give you an adjusted value of $240,000. Our current tax rate is 0.0619. That your current tax paid would be $1,695. So you can see that the amount of taxes that you pay adjusted for inflation on the home that you bought 20 years ago have increased 240% in actual real dollars and has increased 108% in inflation adjusted dollars. Now you find yourself a senior citizen. Generally, you're on a fixed income at some point, and you have limited means of generating additional income to pay the ever increasing tax burden. This leads to people being taxed out of their property. It's not limited to low income people. They're probably hit the hardest, but even upper and middle income people, once they retire, their ability to earn additional money is limited. So I wanted to put this in front of the board, get people's view on it. In front of the council, get people's view on it and have a quick discussion. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Councilman Horton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to thank Councilman Gilly for all of his work on this. And let me say this, I understand that, should this go forward, this would be, at some point, this would most likely fall on somebody, fall on me and my family and others in our age bracket to, to make up the burden. However, our seniors have been hit particularly hard, especially the past few years, gasoline prices on the rise, inflation. I absolutely support this. I know there's some details that we would have to work out. But I would really like to see what we can do to help take care of our seniors age 65 and older, the folks that have forged and built this community. So I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Michaels.
Thank you, Rocky, for putting this together. I think this is something that we need to look at and actually probably push it and get it done. We do need to remember our senior citizens and like Mr. Horton said that, you know, everybody's struggling this time of year with inflation and everything. So I'd like to go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Degenhardt.
This is something that we should have considered a while ago, I think. If we're one of the last 14 in Tarrant County to bring this into fruition, I would say we're a little bit late to the dance party. So, Councilman Gilly, thank you for bringing this forward. Details to work through, but ultimately, I would like to see this push forward.
Councilman Connors.
Oh, boy. This was actually brought to my attention probably a long time ago. I do believe Ms. Miller brought it to my attention, who was it was forwarded by Ms. Sanders to me as well. This was probably sometime back in May or June. At that point in time, I did try to help out as best as possible. We need to definitely go forward with this. I am not against this. However, I did want to go ahead and clarify a couple of things. Any taxing unit, including a city, county, school, special district, they can offer the exemption up to 20% of a resident's homestead, no matter what the percentage is. The amount of the exemption cannot be less than 5,000. So with that being said, each taxing unit would decide it and offer the exemption at their percentage. And according to tax code section 11.13, for which the owner does qualify, they need to be of 65 years or older, but they also must have a total annual income of $65,000 or less. That is directly from the tax code section 11.13. This is something that does need to go forward. It's also most likely referred to as homestead ceiling. It's sort of like a tax freeze, but it's
Right. It's often, it's a tax
often
ceiling.
referred to as a tax
Yeah,
ceiling.
It's a tax ceiling. The common vernacular is a tax freeze.
Correct. So with that being said, this would take money off of our tax rolls. I'm not blind to that. No one should be either. Now, I did also want to go ahead and bring this forward really quickly. The taxing unit must decide before July 1st of the tax year to offer this exemption. So if we're going to move on this, we need to do it pretty quickly in order to go ahead and get all the resolutions passed and all the codes put in so that TAD can go ahead and start, adjusting those. Now, what a lot of people aren't what a lot of people don't know is that if we wanted to, and this is only if we wanted to, we could actually go back in time and sort of get in our little time machine and go back I think it was back to 2018, so that some of these seniors can actually receive refunds from TAD.
In certain cases, I know that is true. If, for example, if you forget to file when you turn 65, you can go back, I believe 2 tax years, perhaps it's 3. I don't know if this would be the case since it was not in effect 2 years ago. That would be one for our counselor.
I would think that would be something that we could possibly look into and get that information out there to our seniors who are 65 and older, or who turned 65 in 2018, 2019 tax years, just to see if they can get that refund from TAD to, kind of help them going forward. I think it's something to look into.
Right. That is, and like I said, this is a high level, simple.
Yes.
You start drilling down into tax code and it becomes very complex. As to how we would move this forward, I will disagree with you in that this would limit any taxes. What this would do would be going forward as taxes increase, it would slightly shift the burden to people that this would not apply to,
Yes.
renters, and people that have not reached the age of 65. So in that case, how I'd like to see this go forward, I'd like to see it go on the ballot in May. And we could either have it as a non-binding referendum and follow the vote of the city, or perhaps adopt the ordinance if it passed. Mr. Hull, you're sitting there
Would
looking at
this-
me.
Would this have to go to voters to decide?
It does
wouldn't
not have to, no.
I didn't think it would have to.
No.
So I think that this council is more. I think this council is more apt to pass a resolution going forward. My thing is, we would definitely need our council, and we would also definitely need to, get somebody who is versed in tax code to drill down on this so that we can go ahead and get that. And if possible, because it might take some money off the tax rolls, which it's probably not going to be that much, anywhere between maybe $1 million, if that. I think-
Only, James, only in future years.
Yes, only in future years. So we would need to adjust our budget going forward. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yes, correct. Yes.
So we would definitely have to adjust our budget going forward. But again, you did put together a wonderful presentation. I do appreciate the time that you did take for this. As Ms. Miller did, Linda Miller did go ahead and forward it to Ms. Middleton. She did send it to me back in May. It is something that I did ask to our then interim city manager, who was not you. And I was told basically to shut up and sit down, which I'm not this time. So thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for bringing it to their attention, and we need to go forward.
All right. And, please, everyone, consider this. Hopefully, and I'll ask our attorney's direction on this. Since it already applies to, say, 30 cities in Tarrant County, how much of it would be boilerplate and pretty much straightforward, and how many nuances would we have to worry about?
Probably not much. I mean, it's probably something that we can draw up pretty quick, but
There's a couple of, if I may, there's a couple of blueprints that we can follow. The city of, Collin County actually has been doing this for quite some time. They're very well versed in it. Like the city of Plano. We could also reach out to some of our partners with North Richland Hills, who also have it. They're sitting at the maximum, which is 20%. Burleson has it at 1%. We can reach out to some of our surrounding cities to kind of get a blueprint so that we can go forward and move this along faster. So reaching out to our partners and within TML would probably help us.
Okay, real quick, do you have something to say? Because I was going to go back and just ask where each councilman stood on making a decision on council or putting it on ballot. That was going to be my next question to them.
That's mine as well.
Okay.
We are definitely on a timeline when we start talking about the May ballot. We're talking about 30 days. And that's a big task that you're asking me to move forward with. I'll do everything in my power to make that happen. But there's also a lot of evaluations that we need to do and make sure we're prepared for it. With that in mind, we'll proceed however you feel fit. But just keep in mind, we got 30 days to do so, to get it on the
So
ballot.
let's start with, I'm going to ask each one of you, ballot or council decision, and we'll go around the room. Councilman Connor?
I think we're pretty well versed, and I think that we could possibly just do this and push it through via council. I don't think it needs to go to the voters.
Council?
I concur. Council.
I think we ought to just push it through with council instead of just sending it to the voters.
I do overwhelmingly support this. But I do feel like, I mean, we should have our voters have a say, but ultimately I'll support what the council supports.
I will respect the majority opinion of the council. I'm for it. Ideally, I would like to see it placed on the ballot, and we do have a fairly short runway for that. But I support it either way.
Well, I would just remind you, it's not an action item tonight, so it's
Right.
just for discussion
Right.
purposes. So you can take
Direction.
everybody's thoughts
Yeah,
in mind.
just
We'll go from
direction.
there.
Okay. Okay, with that, we'll close the discussion and we'll open it up for the citizens. We have a couple of citizens that would like to speak on this specific topic. So if you arrive late, what we did is we moved the agenda around to speak on item E first, and then open it up for our citizens' comments, and then we'll go back to A. So I'll call up Mark Babina, and yeah, we'll go from there. And just your name, well, I just said your name, but your name, address, and 3 minutes, please.
Just push the button.
My name is Mark Babina, and I reside at 1056 Falcon Nest Estates. That's in the Falconwood Estates edition. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you guys on this. Hey, fellas, this is a no-brainer. Let's just, cut to the chase and get to the bottom line. About 3 or 4 years ago, we approached the council at that time and asked them to do their due diligence, take a look at this. We did our due diligence, and we'd already known that the 44 cities in Tarrant County, 14 didn't do it. We went a little step further than that and looked at some of those cities and the population, and Kennedale is out of those 14 cities, they are like number 3 or number 4 with the greater amount of population. The other cities, had maybe less than 2,000. So we understood that, we got that, and we went forward with that and said, hey, give us a little break. I want to personally thank the mayor and Rocky. We brought this up to the mayor. Our addition does a employee appreciation lunch every year for the Kennedale employees. And Mayor Joplin joined in that now at that lunch, and we were just talking and visiting and so forth. And we just mentioned this to her, is there any way this thing can get back up there in front of you guys? Got a new council. And so lo and behold, get a phone call from Rocky, and he says, you know what, we got this thing on the agenda, Mark, and you guys come on down and talk about it. I'm all for it, but Rocky is, it applies to him. His wife is at that age and could apply to Jan, but you other guys, it doesn't, you don't have to abstain from this. You guys can jump up and say, hey, we don't need to put this thing on the ballot. You don't need to push that guy, your city manager, and force him to do something that's going to be difficult to do, to take him away from the things that he really needs to be doing. You guys can make that decision yourself. Like I said, it's a no-brainer to me and a lot of other folks. By the way, there's 88 home sites in Falconwood Estates. I have not talked to one individual. Let's see, our president here, John Stockton, of our homeowners association. I can reassure you that he can tell you the same thing. You're not going to see any objection from anybody. Our addition is not made up of all senior citizens. We've got a mixture of various age groups, and everybody we've talked to says, it's about time we do this. It's like this, guys. I'm up here talking to you because of what somebody did for me. The reason you're up here where you are is because of people like me did something for you. So it's now time that you guys can play that back to us and say, hey, give us a break. Rocky did a good job. That's, we become renters to the government. Think about that. Property taxes and the cost to a senior citizen is a significant cost. And when you look at just what Social Security is, that doesn't get it. There's not a lot of companies out there that give pensions today. So, it does make it difficult. It's a difficult situation. Don't look at us just over at Falconwood Estates. Look at your other neighborhoods too within the city.
Your
It
time's up,
benefits
Mr.
everybody.
Babina.
Thank you.
You're right. Thank you. And Mrs. Babina? No talk? No talk. I do not wish to speak. Okay, thank you, but it is, she did submit in support of this. Anyone else? Good. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. We will go back to our work session A, which is an update on Dunaway UDC comprehensive plan. Am I going to turn that over to Nathan? Stephen?
Or
And UDC is Universal Development Codes,
Sorry, Unified Development Code.
Unified Development Codes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If you recall, last November, we selected Dunaway to provide a much needed update to our comprehensive plan, our future land use plan, and UDC updates, and that cost came in at about $150,000. Since then, staff has received a revised proposal, given our proper stewardship of our budget. We wanted to see what we can do on that. So we did receive a revised proposal that included updates specifically just to the future land use plan and the UDC. What I'm as we know, later today, we have a public hearing. So this work session item ties in directly with that particular item. So considering the concerns the city has with development and future capacities, we've got two proposals we'd like to bring forward and get some direction from council on that. I strongly want to stress that I believe an update to our comprehensive plan is much needed, which was included in that original proposal. But we're looking for some direction on that. So Dunaway has provided that revised proposal. Again, future land use plan, UDC updates, but the original proposal that we received included the comprehensive plan. Now that's an important document because that lays out your vision for your community. And I understand coming aboard, there's been a change in that vision. And so as a staff member here, that comprehensive plan provides me the guidance I need to consider future development. So one of the things I ask applicants when they want to do a zoning change, for example, is how that development is consistent with our future land use plan, how it's consistent with our comprehensive plan and our strategic plans. So again, that's the update I have for you tonight, and staff is just looking for some direction on which way to go. Thank you. Do we have the cost difference in where we started and where we are now? Do we have something to look at? Sure. So we do have that revised proposal, which came in at 100,000. The original was 150,000. The revised proposal, which was just future land use plan update, which is that map, that kind of that color coded bubble map that we have on the website. That's our zoning map on that cover. And then the updates to the UDC. The revised proposal would just be specific. That would be the scope of that revised proposal. So just the future land use plan and the UDC updates. Questions? I'll go ahead and open it up. Which way you want to start with, Councilman Connors?
So the original was 150K, revised as 100K,
Correct.
so it went down.
The comp plan. So updates to the comp plan wouldn't be included under the scope of the of this new revised proposal. We do have representatives from Dunaway that can kind of speak to those nuances, those differences.
If I can have a chance to speak to that, yes, that'd be awesome. Because I would like to hear a little bit of detail on what's going on.
Excellent.
Stephen, sorry.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Stephen Cook with Dunaway Associates, 550 Bailey Avenue in Fort Worth. So when we first, the city presented a RFP for a comprehensive plan and update to the UDC. Dunaway submitted a response to that, and that came in at the budget for a full comprehensive plan and update to the UDC at 150,000. Then after discussion with the city that wanted to make sure that it was value added and still achieve some of the direction that in particular, the direction that we heard was that we wanted to see the UDC updated, but we wanted to make sure that the UDC had relevance to a future land use plan, which is the decision-making point where you have, this is what we want to see future land use be, and you make decisions on your zoning changes, your legislative act for through the UDC. So we scaled back rather than doing a full citywide plan that would include full looking at parks and transportation master plan and utilities and all of that kind of stuff. We were going to focus directly on the future land use plan, and that map itself, looking at demographics, looking at the aspects that would go into that. And also, as the councilman had mentioned the last time I was here, wanted to make sure that we had public involvement as part of that. And so in order to make that project more value added, we presented a second proposal at 100,000. Your professional staff is looking at that and would like your direction. We would like your direction is whether or not it is more important to look at the future land use plan as a map and then update the UDC, or to make sure that this is fully comprehensive and go back to the original RFP that was released and our proposal at 150. We're welcome to work with the city in any which way that your direction would be, but we are deferring to your professional staff to make sure that we get the right project in front of you.
Okay,
Quick question. Let me do this real quick. Just so that I understand it. So what was removed was the parks, transportation,
and utilities and other kinds of filling out that full comprehensive plan. What we're looking at is just looking at land use and demographics to make sure that it is relevant today, but it is going to be specifically looking at land use.
right? Personally, I think that sounds great as a first step. And if needed, I mean, just my personal opinion, and we'll go around the room, then we can plug in the other pieces as needed. Do you want to, before we have council?
Basically, what we're looking at is not just the land use map and the UDC. One of the discussions we're going to have tonight also plays a huge role in how we move forward with the comprehension plan. That is actually is our future in that aspect. When we talked about it before, we was talking about doing an update. Where we're at today, a lot of things has changed in the last couple of months of just seeing different information, seeing different vision, seeing what challenges we have moving forward. Knowing that now, looking back at what Dunaway is able to do for us, it sets our vision. It's a written vision. Backed up by our land use plan and our UDC. That's what we're asking them to do. That's what we looked at the first time. When we started reviewing it as a whole, we thought we may be able to narrow the search down on our comprehension plan with the understanding we'll just update it. With the new challenges, it appears that we need to go ahead and do a full comprehensive plan from the beginning to the end.
So with that said, does the full comprehensive plan, what you're saying, that's the 100,000 or that's the 150?
That's 150,
150.
150.
Okay.
Narrowing back the comprehension plan is what's dropping it to 100,000.
All right. So Councilman Connor?
so I would not be in favor of a revised look. I think the original for 150K is good. Because to be quite honest with you, some of those maps are older than a decade. Some of them are just like 5 years old, 6 years old, but still Cannondale has grown and we need a full comprehensive look again. I mean, it's not out of the norm for cities to look at a comprehensive plan 5 years down the road and say, well, we've grown a little bit, we need to fix some things. Last time I remembered, one of the maps was a 2009 map. We need, I feel that the original 150K is sufficient. I would go that route.
Councilman Degenhardt?
I agree that we need a full revamp. Given the amount that we have budgeted for 2023, that places limitations on what we're able to immediately do. I believe, if memory serves, we were at approximately $80,000 budgeted. The full update is 150, so we have quite a delta there. A $20,000 delta that may be able to be absorbed, or we may be able to work through that. But in the grand scheme of things, my suggestion would be, let's move forward with 150. But let's split it into two factions so that we're able to accomplish in budget year 23 what we have budgeted, and then the remainder can roll into budget year 24. And the reason I say that is in managing our budget and being good stewards of it over the past year, we've heard things come up that get approved that aren't budgeted. Take the Jubilee, for example, that's $10,000 of funds that were unbudgeted. We've had that happen several times. And I would like to start moving towards setting the precedent that if it's not budgeted, it doesn't happen. So my personal suggestion is, let's get everything that we can for the amount that we have budgeted, and then we'll pick up the remainder next year. But immediately, UDC and future land use plans are important, but I also think that the utilities are equally important. So let's see what we can absorb this year and then defer the remainder to next year.
Councilman Michaels?
I really don't have any questions about it, but I do agree with Councilman Degenhardt that we should do a full, because we're behind. Obviously, we have some situations that came up that they shouldn't be here. And I don't know, are we talking about doing the master plan again too, or that's with the full one? I don't know if we need to do the full one on Parks Master Plan. But
Well, obviously, that's just one piece of the pie.
okay,
But at whatever point we're going for the whole thing, we might as well,
okay,
while we're there, I
yeah,
feel
because
that,
it's been a while
there's-
since that's been updated anyway. So
yeah, I don't think we need to go in and pick and choose. If we're gonna do it, I say let's get it done. And I totally agree with you that, yes, we're not budgeted on that, but looking at the previous or the current budget that you presented, we can break that up as we're going through the process. So it's not an upfront 150,000 as they continue to work through the months ahead. We will build as such.
And Councilman, I just wanted to reassure you that while we are looking at a comprehensive plan, we will look at your existing master plans that are in effect, and we will suggest updates to them. But, because of the scope of this project, it is not going to replace your parks and master plan, but we'll make suggestions on where things need to be updated and what would be good steps in order to implement a new parks and master plan kind of study.
Councilman Horton?
If I may, Madam Mayor, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Speaking of parks specifically, can we use the Parks Fund to pay for the portion of this update that is associated with the parks? And if so, do we have the ability to use other funds that would be directly related to this update? For example, the Water and Sewer Fund, if there's any savings that we have in that fund to contribute towards the specific updates related to those funds.
The attorney said yes.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then we may be able to absorb some of the deficit by intelligently using the funds that we
Yeah.
have available. Thank you. That's all I have.
Particularly dealing with the park fund.
Perfect. Good
I may
question.
have created a accounting problem for your finance people, so you're gonna have to keep them allocated to the task that you're.
Okay.
So the current comprehensive plan, I believe, was developed in 2009, correct? And I guess it was last updated 2012, 2013. And I sit there and think about all the changes that have happened in the past 10 years. And I think, I agree. I think that the entire thing needs to be revamped. My concern, obviously, is the 80,000 budgeted, but I do like Councilman Dagenhart's suggestion. So I guess my question would be, we go in and do the changes that are $80,000 now. What if, that wouldn't happen before the next budget? What if we finish early? And I guess we could absorb some from other budgets or.
Well, obviously, going through the process, there's already projected timelines that's going to be associated with it. As we move forward, obviously, as you know, the budget's pretty much fluid to begin with. So it's something that we can reevaluate once we get to that point. Once we get to that point, a lot of things can change and you guys can make budget amendment or however you want to move forward in doing so.
Okay, I realize that's probably not likely to happen. Things generally don't go ahead of schedule or whatever, but just trying to think of all contingencies. So I yield, Madam Mayor.
Well, and I think we're 8 months from the new budget as well. So keep that in mind. It's not year to date, so. Councilman Gilly?
I think that we need to revise our comprehensive plan. As I understand it, the UDC and going forward on zoning changes, it has to meet the comprehensive plan. They have to mesh somewhat overall. Am I on firm ground there?
Absolutely. So in that regard, what you want to have is a guide. The comprehensive plan does not establish zoning. It does not establish a decision that this council has. The council has an independent decision. So you approve a comprehensive plan to help you make a decision into the future when somebody brings something different than what your plan says. Now, if you decide as a council that this isn't, is something innovative comes out of that was not sought after in the comprehensive plan, but it is still something that the city wants to see. You still have absolute right as the city council to make a decision that is in best interest of the city in the way you deem it. So the comprehensive plan is only as a guide. And so but again, if you make a decision that, a developer is not happy with, then, it is also something that is backing it up of your decision, saying, this is our decision. Our plan says this is what we want. And so that is one of the defenses that you have in making those decisions, is that you have made a plan and are sticking to it.
Thank you, sir. And yes, in the last 13, 14 years, 10 years, things have changed. I don't like to spend extra money, but it is oftentimes better to spend a little more and do it right and have something that I think we all have had our issues with. In my personal opinion, our comprehensive plan and perhaps our master plan does not fit a city of 6.5 square miles. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like the direction is to move forward with the full.
I do have one more comment in reference to Dunaway doing this progress. One of the things that I learned on Thursday, we're going to codify our UDC ordinances for Dunaway to be able to move forward and make sure, one, we're updating everything that needs to be updated. We don't want to go and do one thing and we already had it corrected, or we have other issues that arise because of that.
Right.
So one of the things he is requiring is for us to get to that level. I have not received a bid in reference, to complete that, but we're looking roughly around 10, maybe 13,000 to be able to make that happen.
And Mr. Hull, what you're addressing is our ordinances have in the recent past perhaps not been updated as they should have been when they occurred.
That's
And there
correct.
needs to be what I would call a level set. Make sure that we have everything in that has been passed an ordinance, say in the last,
In 2019.
yeah, okay, since 2019. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, council. We appreciate you.
For those that just came in, just make sure that you get your form filled out and get it turned in to speak. We'll move to work session item B, discussion on the use of discretionary funds from Tarrant County Precinct 2, Commissioner Elisa Simmons in the amount of $740,789. And this was at the end of Commissioner Allen's term. That's when the discretionary funds were, I don't guess you'd say approved, what would awarded. Thank you. And now we have a new precinct 2 commissioner, and that is Elisa Simmons. So that's why her name's on here, because it would roll to her. So we have, Daryl, are you going to give us an update on this?
I sure can. Obviously, just like the mayor, one, give you thanks for the involvement that you have had with Commissioner Allen. Obviously, as we can see tonight, has been invaluable for us to, one, receive this kind of funds. It's going to improve the quality of life for our community as a whole for years to come. It's not just a now thing. This is something the city's going to benefit for years, of 20, 25 years from now. And I want to thank you for putting the time and effort of just going and taking your time to meet with them on a regular basis, build a relationship with our partnerships of Tarrant County and all of our surrounding entities that help us every day. That $740,000 is going to help us come in, rebuild Swinney Hyatt, New Hope Road, Eden Road, and 3rd Street. Although in 2021, we passed a bond to be able to do these street repairs. This extra $740,000 gives us the extension to what our goals are and what our vision of how we're going to build the quality of life. And you had a major part of that. And as a city manager and just as an employee, I want to tell you thank you for a great job of building this relationship, and not just for Ms. Allen, but also for our future with Commissioner in our future. I just want to tell you thank you.
Well, it has definitely been my honor to bring good to the community. It's been my favorite thing to do, is to reach out to partner and to see good things come to us. I left a meeting last night, it's off track, but I left a meeting last night with butterflies, like, oh, I'm so excited about this. So it really is exciting. It's streets, but I'm excited about streets. So I just want to reiterate what this gives us is it gives us I think, when did we do the ILAs? Last month?
Last month.
Yeah, so at the last council meeting, we signed some ILAs, which are interlocal agreements with Precinct 2. Precinct 2 pays for a portion of it and we pay for the other portion, but it was for pieces of these streets. And so what this gives us is the rest of the street, the full street. So it's like we got one shoe last month, and this month we have both shoes, and this shoe is completely paid for, completely funded. We're not having to match any of the funds for the rest of this. So it is very exciting, and it does give us the opportunity to take what we have and to use that on, more things that we have on our list, and we do have quite a long list. Any discussion from council?
I have just a couple of things. Streets are a necessary thing to have in a bustling city or even a small one, whether they're dirt, whether they're gravel, concrete, doesn't matter. Streets are important. I did want to go ahead and point out really quickly, about 6 years ago, something happened. Kevin Miller Road. The city promised to repave it if they were able to run water to the vineyards.
Councilman, could I just ask you something real quick? Is
Sure.
this specific to the this
Mhm.
funding,
It sure is.
to the discretionary fund?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, why did we not see that on here?
Because the discretionary funds were specific to these streets.
Okay. It was specific to just, I understand it was
Correct.
specific just to these ones right here.
Right.
However, don't you think we should honor our promises?
Well, that would be a separate conversation, but for tonight, the discretionary funds that we were given were specific to these streets.
Okay. Well, I think that's a discussion that we need to have, probably in the open, because I think city, promises kept or something that, I did campaign on. So.
I don't disagree that there were a lot of promises that were made in the past that weren't kept overall. There were a
Oh,
lot.
yes.
So we have to go back now
So
with what we have.
My question,
Yes.
according to these discretionary funds, if there is anything left over, which I don't know if there is, could some of those funds be diverted to a different area?
No, these were specific to these streets, period.
Okay.
Anyone else? No? Okay. We will move to work session C, which is update on the homeless camps in the city. Who's going to give us an update
Mr.
on that?
Gonzalez, do you want to come up to give a update for this past week?
Mayor and council, I can provide you an update on homeless camps that I've encountered and we have here in the city. We do have last Friday, myself, our department, Public Works, and the police department partnered to get a particular encampment that was underneath a bridge cleared out. There was a significant amount of illegal dumping that has occurred there, and that provided building materials to kind of form these things. During that site visit and the visit before, identified an additional 4 in that immediate area, some of which I believe is on city property. But moving forward, our department with the police department and Public Works have a plan to stay consistent in our efforts to get those areas cleaned up, but also to provide resources to those particular individuals. I was pleased to see during our time there, JPS, they're very proactive, and they had about 3 individuals stop in and they go and they check in on folks to see if there's any medical needs or what kind of resources we can get them to. I know coming into this week, there's been some updates as far as region-wide task force that we look to participate in. But outside of those, that immediate area, which is again, that bridge that's just south of, I think, the Apache salvage yard, and then along Grapevine, that particular area, I haven't come across any others, or that hasn't been brought to my attention. So, but I'll certainly look forward to working with Public Works and the police department for that. Another note is on that site visit, we did find 3 bonfires out there and a significant amount of brush that was charred. So this is a public safety concern that I think we need to remain consistent on.
So you identified, so you have the bridge and then you identified there's 4 other camps, is that?
So in that immediate area, you have underneath the bridge, there was an encampment just adjacent to that and on the other side to the east. So under the bridge, east and west of the bridge, from what I understand, not long ago, the city did a massive cleanup, incurred significant costs in that to clean up the camp on the east side. And that's starting to happen again. Now, there's a creek that runs underneath that bridge. So the south part of the creek is accessible to staff and to other folks, obviously. Particularly those that are dumping, but the north end is inaccessible. So you do have some areas over there that likely need to be addressed. Accessing it is a little different. Further west of where those three, so there were 5 on that day that we identified. Further west of those 3 was another one. And that, I believe, I haven't looked it up yet, but that may have been on the private property side. So I'll need to identify who that property owner is, work with them on getting that addressed. And then there was a fairly large one off of Grapevine that is come to my attention here recently. So on that one, there's 2 that appear to be active. The other 3 that we did see appear to be inactive though.
And what's the time frame on the ones that, the camps that are currently active? What's your time frame that you're looking at or have an idea roughly?
So Public Works, specifically Stan's a great resource sitting right behind. We've been talking about that and devoting a day a week, portion of the day a week to going out there, remaining consistent. So we'll have to coordinate. I'll coordinate with Public Works and P to look at what team or staff availability they have, because we had to bring out or they had to bring out a rig, the mini dump. We had about 4 city vehicles out there. So there's a lot of coordination and that's time that is taken out of their day to that could have went to repairing a street or something else like that. So they've been very gracious in working with us on that. But we plan on consistently doing that weekly.
Question or any?
Yes,
Start with,
are there constraints around removing them from what I would assume to be TxDOT property around the bridge? Can you only, what are we doing? Are we just going in there and cleaning up their camp? And that is our approach to maybe getting them to seek other help or move?
It's a great question. So I'm trading phone calls right now. I just got a text message from a gentleman with TxDOT to have them really take more ownership of what they got going on there. The police department's done a great job as far as checking in on those areas and giving them advance warning. So what we do encounter is a lot of abandoned property that is there. So we are doing cleanup. My hope is that if we can remain consistent on there, you know, if we only come out once a year or, you know, every 6 months and do a cleanup, they're going to be out there the next day and the city's not going to come out for another 6 months. You know, but if we can remain consistent on not just the code compliance aspect of it, of the cleaning and the maintenance of that area, but also the resources, right? To get them where they need to go and get them some assistance on that, then maybe it gets them out of that cycle. So that's the goal.
And then a follow-up, and if it is on private or government-owned property, in that case, you have to have the cooperation of the property owner to.
Correct. And we do have that with TxDOT. Chief, if I'm not mistaken, they've been working with us on that.
All right. So yes, in terms of enforcement question, so TxDOT has agreed and they have put up no trespassing signs in that area. So, and we're in agreement with them so that we can actually start enforcing that. And they are the complainant. So we can take the enforcement and list them as the complainant, the person in charge of the property. And we can prosecute if necessary now that we have that agreement.
Thank you.
anyone else? Councilman Horton, do you have any questions? Councilman Michaels?
I have some questions. When you did this last cleanup, was that too loud? Sorry. You're saying north, east and west, but I know it is north and south. North of the bridge would be Lake Arlington side. I spent 2.5 days helping Public Works a couple of months ago clean up that area. It was brought to my attention that Grapevine, which is city property, has some homeless camps coming up now. Are we working on that to remove those or anytime soon? And then another question I have is with the Southeast Connector coming up, there's a nice big homeless camp off of 820 or 20 and Kennedale Parkway over in Fort Worth side, part of Southeast Connector is going to be going through their camp. So they're going to be pushing these people off, and the only place they have to go is Kennedale. So, I mean, I don't know if the police department is enforcing their patrols down there or something. I mean, because that's going to be the next issue. And another problem is if we can get the state to clean up their right of way where the trees are and everything on each side of the tree, that would probably, on the bridge, that would probably deter them from building a camp underneath the bridge because they don't have a natural wind block.
Yeah, you raised some really good points. Specific to cooperation with the state, we certainly have that. The police department certainly is enforcing those measures. The Grapevine encampment, which is popping up, that if that is on city property, which I believe it is, then we will make the proper notification of trespassing and then move accordingly to that. On the private property side, we have to work with that particular private, that owner. If that involves them, issuing a notice of violation or something of that sort to, if you've got an unresponsive property owner that won't take ownership of that, then we'll have to direct that. But if you recall in the town hall meeting, TxDOT alluded to a lot of their camps that they have, and I'm very confident that we can continue having a good working relationship with the state, with TxDOT, and getting them to take ownership of those areas, specifically to the canopy. So in my experience, when you raise the canopy, you do kind of clear up some of that underbrush and you raise that canopy, it does provide more visibility so that assists patrol. When they go out there and patrol and they shine their light, they can see kind of what's going on as opposed to someone hiding in the shrubs and whatnot. So if there is property that we have city property, that may be something we can consider looking at, is at least leaving the trees, but maybe the underbrush and maybe raising the canopy of that to prevent that, because they're looking for that wind block, and some of the building materials or some of the items that they use out there, we're providing that wind block.
Thank you. And then I guess we're on the Grapevine property, we're actually going to start putting signs up, no trespassing.
Correct.
So
Correct.
we're going to have our own signs for the city.
That's what is certainly needed. I think that may have occurred at some point, but those got removed. And again, it just goes back to having consistency on that. Again, it does take staff's time and resources to do that, but I think it's needed.
All right, thank you.
So one of my mayor friends sent me an email and I sent it over to our city manager. It's from the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition, from the executive director, and that's someone else that we can reach out to and coordinate and work with as well.
Correct. They have an event coming up to where they're looking for volunteers
Yes.
to go out there and canvas. So they go out there, usually want a group of 5. They've got to sign waivers. So if staff is involved in that, there's that process. But it's an after-hour deal, and you go out
Yes.
and we touch base, and it's almost like a census. That's the kind of thing what I got from that is to make contact and identify how many people we actually have out there, and then connect them with the resources. So that's a big part of it.
Yeah, so hopefully maybe we'll be able to get involved with them and have another additional resource as well.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Councilman Degenhart?
I'd like to thank you for all the work you and the rest of the city are doing in cleaning up these camps. One thing real quick on the city-owned property, you'd mentioned that years ago, there were no trespassing signs that have mysteriously disappeared. Per Texas Penal Code 30.05, we have the ability to paint the trees purple as well. And that also signifies no trespassing under Texas law. And that may be something that's easier than buying a bunch of signs and would last longer than having signs that aren't easily visible, perhaps.
That's a great point. Now, as to if signs were out there before, I really don't know. I think I heard that there were some signs out there. But that's a great point. And well, I'll get with staff to see what we can do on that.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
One of the things we'll need to do on the Grapevine property is also just with other properties there, it's overgrown. And that's some of the challenges we're having as well. Once we have the ability to go in and raise the canopy and get all the underbrush out, it's going to help out tremendously. So not only for our property, the other property owners as we move forward. Once we open up that bank, I think it's going to make a tremendous difference. The image of that area as a whole.
It certainly was. Last Friday was certainly a good team effort. Public Works, they had about 4 individuals, and I think they have a staff of 6 or 7. So it's kind of an all hands on deck type deal. But moving forward, hearing from the police department, the fire, and Public Works, we'll certainly move forward accordingly. All hands on deck.
I'm trying to find my words.
We definitely have some direction. And if you would like, we do have someone that would like to speak on this specifically.
Yeah.
So if we could have her come speak after and that would be good. Good. Are you okay with that?
Yeah,
Because we've got some direction, staff has some direction, we've got some resources.
well, I'm just gonna go ahead and put this out there. And people can hate me all day long and I don't give a crap. I never have.
Just keep it specific to this.
I am.
And relevant.
Some signs out there. Let's paint some trees purple. You think these people care about that? They don't care. They just want a place to rest their head. Have some compassion. These resources, you say? There's 5 homeless shelters on Lancaster Avenue in Fort Worth. 5. I know, I've been to them. You have to sign up at 8 a.m. in order to get a cot. And if you don't sign up at 8 a.m., if you're not in line to sign up, you don't have a roof over your head for the night. Oh, and by the way, it's only for the night.
As far as what we're doing to help them. is
Madam
there-
Mayor, I would appreciate if I could speak, please.
You can speak, but
Thank
keep
you.
it specific to what's addressed
am
on the
speaking.
agenda.
This is about homeless people. This is about the homeless camps.
The homeless camp that in the city, an update on the homeless camps.
And I'm trying to provide my take on that.
Okay, do you have some direction that you'd like to provide for them?
There's no direction that I have. It's right now it's commentary. But I would like to say you're focusing on the northern part. There's some down on Eden Road. Check that. There's some people that have commented on Facebook about that as well. So check those. But I don't really have anything else to say in the way of that would probably be helpful.
I hear you.
I
It's difficult. It's difficult. It's a very difficult subject. It's
mean,
not.
we all
it's
claim
very
to be, there are 11 churches in 6.65 square miles of Kennedale. Resources, we have them. Open, churches are supposed to open their doors. I don't see not one opening their doors to these people. We have food pantries that help people that are in homes. They don't go out there and feed the homeless. And if they do, I don't see it.
I know there are homeless ministries and,
So-
and it is going to be something that's going to be ongoing. We're going to have to look at all the resources that are available to us. Because it's Kennedale, it's Everman, Forest Hill.
It's
Fort
all of
Worth,
it.
It's the state, as a nation, this is an issue.
It is an
that's-
issue.
It's difficult, but I
It is very
appreciate your
difficult.
input. I do hear you.
I just, I don't have any critiques about what you're doing. I think it's good what you're doing is you're helping them. But at the same time, I think the people in this city need to have a little compassion.
Thank you. Thank you. I did want to apologize. It looked like we had someone that wanted to speak on the senior citizen tax freeze and I missed that. Lynn Fuller, did you want to speak on that? Was that this? Oh, okay, okay, very good. Okay, thank you, sir. Then I don't apologize. Um, I'll go ahead and get a public comment on, from our last agenda item. We have one person that would like to speak on that. And so Thelma Kovac, if you could come up.
You know, you don't make this stuff for short people. Thelma Kobeck, 200 Valley Lane. Thank you for giving me some time tonight. I think I'm the person who probably opened up the homeless encampment can of worms. But, and I'm by no means a hard-hearted person. I want to see any of these people who want to be helped receive help. I patrol that area as a private citizen every single day because I live down there. There is not a day that goes by that I do not drive that entire Valley Lane, Grapevine Trail, Trent Street circle. On January 5th, I had a conversation with Mayor Joplin, and she said, there's a city employee you need to take this to. I made a phone call, I left an email, a detailed email, or left a voicemail, a detailed voicemail. On January 7th, I sent every one of you CC'd on an email to that same city employee. Well, here we are today on the 17th. And to date, I have had no one employed by the city reach out to me. I've had a couple of council members contact me. I appreciate it being on the agenda for the work session. I have had no one from the city reach out to me, and I have a massive amount of information about this situation. Matter of fact, about 4:30 this evening, I sent all of you an email with photos. I walked in and got those photos because at that point, I had no reason to believe that you had much of anything as far as intel. And speaking of census data, since I work for the census, I can speak on this. You might look at your 2020 census data about homeless patterns in this area. It might be very useful. It might save you some time, just like contacting citizens who have concerns and having either a phone conversation or a face-to-face conversation to get a little more detail could have saved you some time. It could have saved you some man hours, and that would have saved you some money. I don't know, is there, I have to wonder about the lack of response I received. And again, I appreciate it's on the agenda, but was that lack of response rudeness? Was it just pompous disregard for residents' concerns? Was it somebody hoping I would just shut up and not bother them anymore? Or is it that there was no protocol for how to respond to a citizen's concerns, and the employee in question really didn't know what to do next?
Thelma, it's 3 minutes.
Okay. I appreciate your time, but that silence was unacceptable.
I hear you, and we'll have someone get in touch with you. So what I'd like to do at this time is to take a break from our work session. If you could give us, you guys want to take a short 5-minute? Short 5-minute, and then we'll reconvene, and we're going to actually go to our invocation, our pledges, our prayer, and proclamation, and then we'll go back to our work session. So give us 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, you, one of those like, should be in there.
So that was the problem I had last. Oh, yes. I was looking for a USB last time, but
Yeah, here, I think this should work. USB here, and then if you have one of those extensions where it opens up different ports on your,
I just have a basic USB.
that's the safest way.
Yeah. That was the deal, was like, I was used to, usually there's like HDMI cables.
Over here, look. I think we'll just plug it into the computer. Which comes, so, there's right there on. Yeah. And then we just need somebody to log in. Get Daryl the podium. Oh, that's a 0. Ah, someone wrote it. Come on. Yeah, if you want to see if you're USB, maybe just drag that to your desktop. There you go. Say they're on step 2.
I think it's probably on their end. Yeah.
Okay, we'll resume from our recess. And we'll go at this point, we're going to go to the regular session, the pledges and the prayer. And then we'll have our visitors, the people who have come to speak, we'll have them speak in a proclamation. And then we'll go back to our work session D. Okay, so with that, I would ask for on the pledges, if Councilman Michaels will say our pledge for us. And then we have Pastor James here for our prayer. If you'll come up, he's from Kennedale Revival Worship Church. So if you'll come up to the podium, you can say prayer after our pledge. If everyone will rise. And for our prayer, yeah, we can remain standing for our prayer, absolutely.
Let's bow our heads for prayer. Our Father and our God, we thank you. It's a great privilege, a great honor to see this day and to be gathered with your people, to cry unto you, to give thanks unto you, and to ask you to endow us with wisdom, with grace, with knowledge, with understanding, how to govern your people. We ask, Lord Almighty, for our city council members. We pray, Lord Almighty, that your presence will be amongst them, that your peace will be in our city. We pray for all the cities, the citizens in the city. We ask, Lord Almighty, that you protect each and every one. Pray for the police department, the fire department, as they selflessly serve and protect us, that Lord, you will keep watch over each and every one of them and their family members. We pray, O Lord Almighty, that for the progress of this city, we all want the progress of this city. And we ask, O Lord, that you will teach us how to move forward and how to do that without disenfranchising any one of us ourselves. We pray, oh God, that above everything, your love will reign supreme in our hearts. Thank you for the meeting of tonight. Let your Holy Spirit guide. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you for the honor.
We're going to go ahead and have our visitors and citizens forum. So when I call your name, if you'll just come and speak your name and your address, and reminder that you have 3 minutes. We'll start. Pardon me?
Sorry.
Okay. I need all the help I can get. Keep you on track. No, we're going to go back to that. Okay, so let's see, we'll do Sergeant has a call. Jeff Joyner.
Good evening, council. My name is Jeff Joyner. I live at 1011 Bell Oak Drive. This is my wife, Brenda. Just basically in light of everything that was discussed so far, I mean, kind of feel guilty about bringing up this issue, but this is a first world problem. It is certainly not in my backyard situation, but literally it is a backyard situation where we have an Airbnb or a Verbo. Our fence line divides these two homes, and we literally can see party one night over here, party one night over there, another night's a party, another night's another different party. It's not unusual to have cornhole being played at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So we're not being hypocrites about this because there is a need for Airbnbs or Verbos. It's not to say that if me and my wife went on vacation, we wouldn't do the same thing. We just think that we want to bring some suggestions to the council for our city in Kennedale. One of the things I thought of, and this is my first time presenting, so you have to bear with me a little bit, but maybe giving a 3-month notification of the owner's intent with a commercial size real estate sign in the yard stating their purpose, so that everyone in the community will know that this private residence is going to be turned into a small motel, basically is what it is. And giving us a chance to come in and address some issues and concerns about that. Another suggestion is to have the homeowner who has no intent of living there and planting flowers and being a part of the community to actually be held liable to be present and have a forum to where we can address the homeowner and just ask some questions about that. So that's something that we were discussing. And then lastly, there has to be some sort of proximity ordinance. Like I said, we have 2 Verbos that are divided by maybe a 1-inch fence. It's not unusual for Chick-fil-A franchise. You can't put one on every block. You have to spread them out. And certainly when you want to turn your home into a small motel, you have to advertise that, and it's not like you can just open up a liquor store in your neighborhood. There's an ordinance for that. So we're not trying to eliminate Verbos or anything like that. There's a need, we use them, we're not hypocrites about it, but I think if we could put some things on the table to where someone wants to turn their home into that type of residence, then we have the option to talk about it. As opposed to waking up in the morning and then there's just people hanging out at the house and we don't know where they came from or what their intentions are when you have children, girls, little boys up and down the street trying to play. And you have grown men sitting around drinking beer and hanging out, playing music, so.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you so much, and thank you for staying. Did Brenda want to speak as well? Okay, perfect. And then, do you want to give them a follow-up? Okay.
My name's Brenda Kent Joyner, and again, thank you guys for what you do for the city, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I was here on December 20th to talk about that I have two Airbnbs that back up to my fence. And I thought there was some compliance in place that they have to be 500 feet or something distance. Then it was, well, and I've met with Nathan. He's been wonderful at taking the time to hear what our concerns are and coming to our neighborhood. And I thought the one on Lone Oak was supposed to cease at the end of the year or the 30th. That has not occurred as well. Although I keep up with that home more than I do the one on Fountain Oak, because it has more rooms and more beds in it, I guess. So it creates a more and a lower nightly rent. So it's more in tune for people to be in that home than the one on Fountain Oak. But it's, you know, they're still advertising it as a long-term rental, but yet in parentheses, it says short-term options available. So either there's some not compliance of just handling it, that it's 500 feet from the next one. The first one was there, or the cease didn't happen or something, but we continue to have folks there. And like I said, my husband said, we're not against it. You know, everything has to have, especially in a city, a compliance and an ordinance in place, and then it maintains that. And I know it more than probably some other folks just being in commercial real estate. As my husband said, you're not going to put a liquor store here and then another one. So that's just what our concerns are. We're the only ones I can think of that have two in our backyard. So we just got to figure out what is that compliance and how do we, how do we enforce it and who enforces it? This is what we're looking for some direction on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to get back to them or do you want to speak tonight?
We can go ahead and speak on it tonight. We're talking about the same area, correct? Okay, same ones. Nathan, do you mind giving us an update?
Thank you again for the opportunity to provide you with an update in your community. So the three items that you raised are great points. I can speak to those. As far as notification, when a Airbnb short-term rental gets applied for through our office, there is a required notification period or a required notification that has to be sent out to all residents. So we do have that on the books. Has that occurred? I don't believe it has before. Since December, we haven't received any new applications. We did have one that was in the October, November, which is the one specific to Lone Oak. And that one has been denied because it's within 500 feet of a permitted one, which is on Fountain Oak. So these are the back-to-back ones. There is a 500 feet requirement between them. There's also a minimum stay requirement, but a short-term rental is defined as a rental that is less than 30 days with a 24-hour minimum stay. If they go a 2-month lease, that wouldn't qualify as a short-term rental. So there are some deficiencies within our UDC that we've identified because of that. Since then, I sent them a notice to cease all rental operations by the end of last year. That was December 31st. They did have some reservations that they took prior to that, so it followed into the holiday weekend for New Year's. Following that, I asked for documentation and confirmation from that property owner to provide that has been pulled. There's been a delay in the listing service, so I sent them some documentation, got something back. Now it is showing up on, from what I believe, Zillow as a rental property. So the property owner will go and continue to rent that out as a as a long-term rental, one that doesn't qualify as a short-term rental. So if you see anything prior to that, Mr. Kevin in your neighborhood that kind of organized that neighborhood meeting, been coordinating, talking with him, keeping me updated. And I've asked for y'all's help to monitor those websites. So I'm happy to see that you guys continue to do that. And if you'll continue to update me, I'll act accordingly. So, which will include increasing enforcement of that. But to answer your question, who enforces that? That's me. And I look forward to that opportunity and certainly will.
Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate that.
To expand a little bit on that, there's several times you have mentioned them playing cornhole or other games or having been a nuisance or loud 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. When those acts are taking place, contact the police department. They can come out and help and assist for that to stop. There's city ordinances and state law that requires them not to be able to do that, cause a nuisance or create a noise that's disturbing. So if something's taking place, make sure you call us and let us know. If you would, don't wait till the next day to make a complaint or come to the council meeting and make a complaint. Let us address it then. It's a lot easier. Not only can we address the situation with the tenants that's there, we can also send notifications to the owner. So if you have someone there that's making a nuisance or disorderly conduct, we can address it right then. It doesn't have to wait. So give us the opportunity to correct it and make your quality of life a lot better than what it was at that point. But if you don't give us that opportunity, you'll continue to have that problem, and we can solve that just communications with the owner.
Thank you for that. I have one more request to speak, Tamiko Sargent.
Tamiko Sargent. I live at 905 Shady Oaks, Kennedale. I would like to thank the council for this opportunity to speak. And as far as what I am asking the council is to put on their agenda, requesting the city council to put on their agenda, possibly next month or whenever, to adopt Juneteenth as a federal holiday for the city of Kennedale. As of today, January 17, 2023. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had one more that he had to leave, but I'll just go ahead and read it out loud. And it was in support of the moratorium. He says it's a step in the right direction, and that's Lynn Fuller in Steeplechase. And I have a proclamation, and once I read the proclamation, we'll go back to our work session D. The proclamation is declaring February 2023 as Black History Month in the city of Kennedale. Whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, Black History Week was expanded and became established as Black History Month, and is now celebrated all over North America. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas the city of Kennedale continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community where all citizens, past and present and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions and potential contributions to our community, the state, and the country and the world. And whereas the city of Kennedale is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans in our community throughout our state and nation, now therefore I, Jan Joplin, Mayor of the city of Kennedale, Tarrant County, Texas, join with members of the City Council to hereby proclaim February 2023 Black History Month. In Kennedale, I encourage the citizens of our city to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture and continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. In witness whereof, I do hereby set my hand and cause the official seal of the city of Kennedale the 17th day of January, 2023. And as promised, we'll go back to our work session, D, and that is discussion of Tarrant County Transportation Bond for Little School Road expansion.
Chris Bosco with Friesen Nichols. I have a slide here. I don't know if there's a toggle to show what's on this screen. On December 20th, we had came during a work session and talked about this project being one of the projects that y'all submitted as part of the Tarrant County bond. This shows you the limits of the alignment study. And so one point of note in when I spoke to you guys in December 20th, we were discussing carrying forward alignment study and continuing through the right-of-way acquisition phase. And so it was discussed of doing a bond election for the city share of the cost of this project. And we discussed trying to reduce the cost. The amount that I had submitted inclusive of full survey and right-of-way was $361,200. This alignment is the same. So what this scope would be is doing the alignment study that we originally proposed. And we would do the environmental and drainage analysis, but we would base that data off of GIS. So we wouldn't do the full survey until after the bond election, and we wouldn't acquire the right-of-way. So the goal of it would be to establish the alignment, the footprint of the road, coordinate with TxDOT at Kennedale Parkway, the railroad for the grade separation, and any developers in the area that have plans, so that we can have we come back to you all and have a recommended alignment and ultimately get a preferred alignment selected that could be carried forward following the bond election. This next slide shows you the revised schedule. So we talked a lot about schedule, and so we've updated this schedule based on the change in scope, and ultimately with council approval beginning the scope in February. You'll see you still have the drainage analysis and environmental work in there that's been shifted accordingly with the change in scope. This next slide is that summary of costs. So with the reduction of removing the survey and the right-of-way acquisition, there was also a public meeting that we had with the intention that would happen right before the right-of-way process would begin. And so in removing that, it adjusts the cost down to $149,800 for this scope of services. And with that, I'll open it up to questions that you may have on this revision.
So I just have a quick question to get started, and then we'll go around the dais. The map that is the white, inclusive of the white area. So that's the area that we're talking about, because that is from Kennedale Parkway to New Hope, right? In the
Yeah,
white
so,
area.
yes, ma'am.
The scope of the work.
So what we were going to do is do the alignment study all the way to Dick Price.
Okay.
But then the Tarrant County phase of the project is that part in white.
It's only to, okay.
Right. So that would have the detailed drainage and environmental accompanying that piece.
Okay.
But the idea is that in planning that for any development that might happen between New Hope and Dick Price, that would be part of that.
You'd have that information as well. Okay, thank you. I'll just start with Councilman Connors. You want to start with you, or you want me to start the other side?
I'm having difficulties pulling up the information. If you could start at the other side.
Let me
please.
start. Okay, Councilman Gilly.
The only thing I'd like to add right now in the interest of time to try to make this meeting short, thank you for the changes that you've made and how you've sort of aligned this in in a logical order, cost wise. I just want to say that my preference would be, and I think we've indicated before, to not expand Linda Road. That's a lot of existing homes there, and let's not run a major thoroughfare through their front yard.
Just one concern, and I echo Councilman Gilly's sentiments there, and, overall, I like this, but, the 149,000, that's 0.5% of our budgeted revenue. So I guess my question is just to open it up for discussion. If we pay this and the bond does not pass, then we're out the 149,000. So are there any other opportunity or ways we could go about this, potentially maybe adding it on to the price of the bond or picking it up? I'm just, asking for my own curiosity.
That will be paid through the bond. So our part of that cost will be associated with that. So at one point, as we move forward or it's elected and it's passed, then we'll be reimbursed half of that. So whatever we're paying up front, we'll get 50% back as we move forward. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But if the bond did not pass,
The cost of the 149,000.
We're stuck with it.
now I know how the county and other entities do their bonds is they go big. And then they include the cost of the study in the bond, and they broaden it. So it's for general road repair or general thoroughfares, road construction. And I understand why they do it. And ideally, that would be nice if we could do that. But thinking about that, until we do the study, we don't really know what we're going to have and what we're going to get. And as I understand it, this 149,000 is unbudgeted. Am I on firm ground there, or?
That's correct.
So could we perhaps find other areas of the budget and amend the budget so that this is funded and we don't change the overall amount of the money that we thought we would spend, projected to spend?
Absolutely. As we move forward and we're able to do that, we can amend it and make adjustments throughout. Absolutely.
Councilman Michaels? Okay, Councilman Degenhardt?
No questions.
Did you find it, Councilman Connor?
I have it on paper. This thing's messing up, technology. At this time, I have no questions, regarding it. I think that we should move into the direction that, whatever council feels best at this time. So.
My understanding correct, we need to put this on pause until we get a little bit deeper into our budget. Would that be
I would.
correct?
Anyone have any further
That's
direction?
my understanding.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
And the pause is to look at the 150 basically and see where that would be budgeted from, and to see if that would be, is that what we paused it for? I just want to make sure I'm clear on the pause.
Yeah, that's correct. Just to have a evaluation on our budget to be able to move forward and
Okay.
to possibly have amendments in the
Okay.
near future to make sure we're able to fund that.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, so we've already done work session E. And so we'll move on to our regular session. And we've already had the pledges, and we'll move to reports and announcements. And we'll start with our updates from council. Who would like to start this? Go ahead.
I'll start. Met with various people around town about issues, KYA, some new businesses, issues around short-term rentals, that sort of thing. And in the interest of time, I will cut it off right there.
Councilman Horton?
Happy New Year, everybody, to our citizens. I hope it's going well for you. In the interest of time, I will cut it down as well. Just I've had a chance to meet with several businesses and business owners here, and continue to be impressed by their ingenuity and their love for this community. And continue to look forward to having those discussions. I've gotten to meet with a couple citizens about the short-term rentals, and obviously there's some concerns there, but I do appreciate our city working with these citizens and enforcing our code. And then along with I'd like to thank Mayor Joplin for reaching out to the KYA, and had a chance to meet with Mayor Joplin, Councilman Gilly, and coaches Derek and Coach Donnie. And I just want to say I'm super impressed with them, their love for these kids in our city and community. And, just look forward to continuing to have those discussions with them and work with them. And that's all I got.
That's a lot. Thank you, sir. Councilman?
I did take, I attended the Kennedale ISD Long Range Planning and Future Growth. Councilman Horton was actually there too. And we actually got a tour of the ISD facilities and seen some of their trouble spots and stuff like that. So they're going to be looking at something in the future. Last week, we started taking a tree down so I assisted Public Works with the Christmas lights in the tree and stuff like that. And I attended coffee chat with police and fire on the 12th. That's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Councilman Degenhardt?
No update at this time, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Connors?
No update.
Thank you both for all you do. I will, let's see, I'll give you an update, and it's a little shorter than last month. We had some holiday time. Well, Happy New Year as well. And based on the last few days, we're off and running. As you can tell from our agenda, this council and staff have been busy, and I can tell you there's more to come. The city manager and I've met with developers looking to build, developers soon to build, landowners with future interest, and citizens with community plans. I attended the swearing in of our new Precinct 2 Commissioner Simmons. And while I'm on that, we do have Gabriel Riva here from Precinct 2. Thank you so much for attending. I met with a group with plans to build the Irene Sargent Community Center. Many of those are here today, so thank you for coming. I attended the grand opening for our updated Dickies in Town Center, and do yourself a favor and go get some delicious barbecue. I attended a Tarrant Regional Transportation Coalition meeting, which basically is just in regards to transportation underneath that umbrella, everything from funding, safety, air quality, technology, even the 88th Texas legislator update, which they are in session right now. And there's a lot of things that we're staying closely attuned to see what they're doing and how it affects us and how we can support what they're doing. There was another, Chief Holguin and Captain Carlson and we attended a Tarrant County 911 meeting on the feasibility of 911 regionalization. I appreciate them going to that. And then there was another Transportation Council. And as you can tell, transportation for our region is huge. And we're blessed to live in an area with great transportation leaders like Michael Morris and Victor Vandergriff at the helm. The Southeast Connector Project, speaking of huge, was presented by the construction company and TxDOT here in council chambers, last week? And so if you want specific information on that project and you weren't able to come, they have a Facebook page and it's just Southeast Connector. Also, there is a website, same thing, southeastconnector.com. So go out there and take a look at that. As mentioned, we did meet with the KYA president And Vice President, that's the one I came home with butterflies. I was so excited about what they've done and what they're doing and what can possibly, the future is for the opportunities for our kids in our community. I also met with some citizens today preparing for our Juneteenth parade. And I'll close it with this, as MLK would say, the time is always right to do what is right. Thank you so much for coming. And next with that, I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Well, once again, thank you for being here. Mine's going to be short as well. One of the best things is we started road construction again for overlays to improve our infrastructure. If you haven't noticed, 4th and 5th Street are under construction. That process of being overlaid. Jonah Road is one of them as well that received an overlay, and I believe it is finished. So we got one and we got 2 more to go, and Broadway will be coming up, if not this week, first part of next week. So we're moving forward with our 2021 bond that was passed by the council, and we're coming to a conclusion with that. Do you want me to go ahead and go into number 4 as an update on the financial?
Sure, yes, yeah.
I want to go.
Perfect.
Did I miss one?
No.
Oh, okay. On the financial update for the city, as we know, we've had some hiccups with our software dealing with that. And I want to let everyone know, and the council, that we have hired a CPA firm to come in and help make sure what is taking place is correct and there's nothing missing or anything that's out of place. We have found that the software we used, once we uploaded the budget, some of the files were corrupted, and it's created some issues in it. We have been able to go in and identify those. Since we're at that location now, we've approved for a CPA firm to come in and just confirm everything that we have noticed and get back on the books and be able to move forward with it.
Excellent. Are we going to have an update from Director Partridge on the Senior Activity Center? Or are we going to save that for another time?
No, I'm sorry. We
No,
can do that as
that's
well.
okay.
She has a lot of great information to
Perfect,
share with everyone.
perfect.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all. I wanted to just take a quick minute to say, give an update on the senior center. So as you know, we went forward with the Meals on Wheels program, and we have our full-time, well, not full-time, but all the time there, senior activities director, and Alicia. She has been great. We have been able to increase our participation levels. We have a new bingo day on Monday, in addition to the Wednesday, which is increasing in numbers. We have consistent meals. And one of the biggest worries that we had was whether or not people were going to enjoy the food. And we have not had any complaints about the food yet. So knock on this wood right here that continues. We have been dealing with illness at the center, and I just wanted to give an update on how we have approached that as well. We have taken advantage of the fire department's skills and equipment so that we can fog the center on a regular basis so that we are mitigating any potential further illnesses. So that's just a quick update on everything's going well. It's positive. We're increasing our numbers, and we hope to do that for a very long time. So, and if you have any questions, please. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask how the Meals on Wheels project is doing.
Really well. Really well. As a matter of fact, I am more pleased than I thought I was going to be. It's really well. And the director that they have chosen is very personable, open, kind, and energetic. And everybody seems to be liking her quite a bit. So
That's excellent. Thank
Yeah,
you so
you're
much.
welcome.
That's good news. Good news. Okay, we're going to move to our consent agenda. And I just want, before I ask if anyone wants anything removed, I want to let you know that under consent agenda, item 1, which is the approval of minutes from October 18th, there were a couple of things that were found that were adjusted on that. It was names that we're, so I want to let you know that that adjustment has been made. But we can go ahead and approve it as is on the consent, if that's okay with you. And other than that, if anyone has any item they'd like to pull to discuss.
Madam Mayor, I would like to pull item number 3, which is the agreement between Tarrant County Emergency Services and the City of Kennedale.
Okay. Anyone else? No? All right, so do I have a motion to approve consent agenda 1, 2, and 4?
Motion to approve consent agenda item 1, 2, and 4.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, unanimously passes consent agenda 1, 2, and 4. And we'll talk about item 3, which is the agreement between Tarrant County Emergency Services and the City of Kennedale for American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Recovery Funds Amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Hello, Chief.
Back in September, y'all approved, excuse me, an agreement with Tarrant County Emergency Service District 1 and City of Kennedale. And within that, it gave us some ARPA funding in the amount of $580,000 to purchase a new ambulance and the equipment to go on that. Along with it, it gave us an additional $30,000 through ARPA funding for personal protective equipment. In this, what we're asking you to do is they have given us a revision to that particular document. And it is basically they're changing out the amendment A in that addendum A within that. And what it is doing is it's giving us an additional $580,000 to purchase a second ambulance and an additional $150,000 to purchase additional personal protective equipment, self-contained breathing apparatus within the same contract. We have until December 31st of 2025 to purchase these 2 ambulances and purchase the additional equipment for that equipment, excuse me, for that ambulance, and then also for the SCBAs and or bunker gear that we need going forward.
Excellent. So the original grant that we had approved was for the 580 plus 30,000.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is revised to include another 580 plus 150,000.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up for discussion, and Councilman Degenhardt, I'll start with you since you pulled the item.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to see that we have the ability to get more equipment from Uncle Sam here.
Sure is.
So once we take delivery of the second ambulance noted here, will that bring us up to a total of 3 ambulances?
Yes. And when you say 3, right now we have 2, we get the other one in. One of those will go away just because of the age and the maintenance associated with it. So by the end of this, we will have 3 ambulances, one being I'm gonna pull ages out of the air, a 2021, which is the one that we just received back last year. The one that we made purchase on that y'all gave us the approval to go into contract with Southwest Ambulance Services. I hope that we see that somewhere around November of this year, fingers crossed. And then we'll have another 2 years. So the last ambulance that they're funding would hope to come mid 2025 to the end of 2025. There again, it's something that we need to move forward with to get those purchases done. So right now, to purchase an ambulance, it is taking somewhere between a year and a year and a half to get it built and delivered. So it's definitely on a time crunch, and Tarrant County ESD1 has not looked at, they've spoke with federal government on this funding, and they are not extending the
life of these funds. So we will need to move forward as quickly as we can and spend these funds as needed.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, it sounds like to me the plan is to space these out as much as practical so that you don't have two ambulances going out of service at the same time. And at that point, a future council would be faced with replacing two at once, buying two new. So the idea is to space them out a couple of 3 years.
Correct. The optimum for us is buy a new ambulance every 5 years. The life of an ambulance is basically 5 years frontline, so that's first ambulance out, and then 5 years in reserve as the backup. Now, based off of our growth, and in this time frame, we'll have 3 ambulances. We'll have to look at call volume and response times down the road to see if we do indeed need to staff up and run 2 ambulances in the city based off of what that call volume looks like for us. That one's a bit hard to project. Last year I came to council and our call volume previous year raised about 41%. And this year it stayed consistent. We had a small increase this past year. As we grow, unfortunately, incidents happen and we have more patients that we have the opportunity to help.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Horton, Michaels, Connors? No? Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve consent agenda item 6.
Great.
3.
Second?
I second the motion.
All right, so we have a first and a second. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to us.
Absolutely. And an update, we received our new engine last week, Wednesday, I think it was. We're in the process of trying to get it in service. It'll take us 2 or 3 weeks to do that. We've got training going on with all of our personnel with the manufacturer this week. And we're going to on January 28th, which is a Saturday. I don't quite have a time yet for that. It'd be late morning, probably mid-afternoon, something around there. We're going to have a push-in ceremony of the new. So history on a push-in ceremony. So back in the day, before we had motorized equipment, the pumpers were pulled around by horses, right? So when the pumper would return from a call, the horses would pull up. They'd unhook the horses and the firemen and any citizens that were standing around, they would push that pumper back into the fire station. So we'd like to continue that history when we put a new piece of equipment in service. So what this really consists of, we park the truck on the front apron. We let the citizens and help us wash it, and then we push it back into the station as an acceptance of what that tradition looked like in the past.
Wow. It's going to be great. It's a beauty for sure. It is.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you for the update in the history.
Absolutely.
Okay, we are moving on to items for individual consideration. Discussion and necessary action to authorize Bristow Contracting for the construction of Tarrant County sewer improvements for Third Street project at a total of $424,713.50 with the city match amount of $263,8550. We have some information on that, and is Max here? There you are.
Yes.
Hi,
Good
Max.
evening.
Thank you. All
Oh,
yours.
perfect. So back about a year ago, we had initially applied for this bond through Tarrant County as a CDBG program. Back then, we had anticipated this project, which is about installing about 1,500 linear feet of sewer line along Third Street. We anticipated a construction cost of about $442,000. With the city portion of that being about $287,000. Since then, luckily, the county was able to find an extra about $9,000 to add to their allotted amount. So total county fund is about $164,000 to construction. And then about a month ago, we had bid openings. Luckily, it came in lower than anticipated. Total project construction cost is going to be $424,000, which is about $20,000 less than anticipated. So long story short, it looks like the city is going to get about $30,000 less than what we had initially given to the county for this project.
That is very good news. We don't hear that very often.
I know, especially
From you.
I like to come with
I'm not
good news. for
pointing,
once,
but
so.
it's just an engineer thing.
Yeah.
It usually doesn't go down, but that's great news. I'll open it up for, you good?
I was just gonna say, I recommend to approve the contract with Bristow to move forward with the project.
Okay, I'll open it up for discussion. If anyone has anything.
Oh, Max,
James.
I live on that street. Do have quite a bit of an issue. The last time that there was any construction that was done on there, they had to put it down, and they had to pull it back up, and then they had to put it back down, and then they had to pull it back up, and then it cost us a lot more than what we had originally anticipated. And our public works department and their men had to, spend time and salary to go supervise a construction company, which I do see they came in at $739,000. Is that going to happen again with this one? Because the last time XL4 was the lowest bidder and they had to do the job 3 times to get it right.
I can't speak to what will happen in the future. However, we do have a different contractor on this project. I have heard good things through the county because they've used this contractor before. So I don't anticipate a similar circumstance happening, but however, I cannot foresee the future.
And when would we look at this project being started?
As of now, we need to approve this contract so we can get with the county so they can start coordinating with the contractor themselves. At this time, we ideally shoot for 2 months, but with material delays, I cannot specifically say when we plan to start construction on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Degenhardt.
Hey, Max. So in looking at the total bid values, we have Bristow Contracting at $424,000, XL4 Construction at $740,000, and Canary Construction at $945,000. That's one hell of a spread.
We were very shocked too. It is not, as of recent, for more of the bids that we've opened for not just this project, we have seen very wide spreads. That could be an indication of the market, just contractors are just overwhelmed with the amount of work and they're just throwing out numbers, or it could just be that they bid expecting to be the only bidder and was hoping to have a high price.
Okay, just want to make sure that with that big of a variance, the company that we're contracting with didn't miss something.
From what I know, I don't think they would have missed it, but it is in the contract itself that the bid items and the specific what's included in each item is what they bid for. So if they come back and say, we didn't anticipate this, if it's in the contract that you were supposed to do X, Y, and Z, and you bid it at this value, that will cover us as well as the county for any overages that they try to come after us for.
10-4. Thank you, sir.
Any councilman up here? No. Councilman Gilly? No question? Hey, thank you, Max.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no more discussion or questions, I'll take a motion.
I'll move that we adopt the direction on item E, items for individual consideration to authorize Briscoe Contracting to go ahead on this repair.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a second. All in favor? 4. And then all abstaining? One, so it passed with 4 with 1 abstaining, and that's Councilman Connors. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I understand. It's gonna be nice when Third Street gets completely fixed and gets paved and done for you. I know that.
No, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, we're gonna move to the public hearing. The public hearing, the city of Kennedale will hold a public hearing today, it says 5:30, but whatever time it is now, at 7:50. Council chambers, Kennedale City Hall, 405 Municipal Drive, Kennedale, Texas, 76060. On a proposed temporary moratorium on the acceptance of applications or the issuance of permits for development in multifamily, residential, and townhome zoning districts in the city of Kennedale. And I just want to make a separate note on this, that we will also, council will hold the vote. We should have actually held the public hearing and voted, had an action item on it. But we will be voting on Friday at 1 o'clock. So that's when the vote will take place. So we'll have the public hearing today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nathan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In recent years, Kennedale has experienced substantial growth and development. This growth brings with it a new set of challenges that require greater demand on its resources, infrastructure, and city services. The City Council has indicated their concern with this projected growth and the demand it brings. How does the city's current infrastructure hold up to new growth? What are the impacts to utilities, road conditions, traffic congestion, school capacity, and public safety? Also, is our comprehensive plan and unified development code structured in a way to best facilitate future development? To help answer these questions, staff began working with our partners Freeze and Nichols and Dunaway to help analyze what capacity the city currently has and what capacity the city will need to support future development. We have found that the city's infrastructure would be adversely affected by new multifamily and townhome developments. As a result, staff is requesting the city consider a temporary moratorium on multifamily and townhome developments projects for the next 120 days. The Texas Local Government Code allows cities to adopt a moratorium after proper notice and public hearings. A notice of public hearing was published in the Star Telegram on Friday, January 13th, 2023. Representatives for both Freeze and Nichols and Dunaway have joined us tonight to speak more on their findings.
Thank you, Nathan. Who will we have first?
First would be Freeze and Nichols.
Freeze and Nichols. I know those chairs got me several times. We have a presentation, right?
I do have some slides.
Okay, great.
I will try to be brief. Wait, it is that one. Okay. So, good evening, Mayor, Council. Andrew Franco, Freeze and Nichols. Just want to take a couple minutes here to talk a little bit about some history from a wastewater sewer perspective in the city of Kennedale, and then, some of the items and recommendations going forward. So just a real quick update or for your education on the city's sewer system. Currently, you send sewer flow to the city of Fort Worth as well as the city of Arlington. It's kind of a rough breakdown of only about 4% of it goes in the Fort Worth system. There's 2 different entry points in the Arlington system, where on the east side of town, about 16% of your sewer flow goes to the east. The majority of it, 80%, goes up north, which ultimately kind of runs along the east side of Lake Arlington and then further down to be treated. A little bit of history going back to 2009. So we're talking, 12, 13 years ago. The city of Arlington identified some capacity constraints that can affect the Arlington system from Kennedale. Your 2014 wastewater master plan identified capacity restraints. In 2015, there was some Arlington work that was done that showed further constraints. In our 2020 wastewater impact fee study, we identified there were some issues as well as some other flow monitoring assessments that have occurred historically. So really the real quick takeaway is that we've seen some long documented and persistent issues within your sewer system. And in order to resolve it, we need to, number one, potentially do some capital improvements in order to, increase our sewer line size to convey more flow, and also maybe to do some other assessments to really kind of get our eyes on what's going on in there to figure out how can we make these issues go away. Those historical studies that all talk about, how the city is going to grow and develop over time. You can see from 2014 in the orange line, we were projected at a growth rate. 2016 was projected to go even higher. 2020, we had a kind of a lower growth rate, but still faster than what's being seen historically, kind of on the black line. So just want to set the little foundation there of all the projected growth that was coming at the time that called for some of these improvements to take place. We analyzed some flow meter data from 2019, 2020. This came from City of Arlington staff that shows, we have some pretty high flows at times. So those red lines you can see where we kind of eclipse over 5 million gallons, 5 MGD or million gallons per day at a time. And really what that does is tells us that we have some times in the black where kind of our average day kind of sits below at about 0.6, 0.7 MGD. We can have some substantial peaks due to a lot of groundwater infiltration or other sources of surface water making into our sewer system, which creates an issue. It also takes away capacity. Some of our flow projections historically have shown that we're looking to go up to 5.4 MGD over time, but some instances we've documented that shown that we're close to there already, and that is also an issue that there's some cause for concern in the sewer system. If some certain developments across the city do come into place, it's going to add more flow that could make the problem even worse. There's a certain point of town, there's called Basin B, which is really on the western side of the city. You kind of see it on the left side of the map there. There's a line highlighted in red that shows there's some severe capacity restrictions due to the sewer line diameter size. Our historical modeling has shown that this part of town, the model predicted flows exceed the capacity or the ability of the line to convey the flow downstream. And that really creates a backup going from the point. It's just to the south and west of Kennedale Parkway, right there near Village Creek. And it really impacts all that area upstream. So you're looking to the south and the east. That is an area that can be impacted by these capacity restrictions. Just looking at it from a hydraulic profile basis, you can see where the point of at this kind of distance of 9,000 foot linear footage, you can see that's where we have our 6 and our 8-inch pipes that are severely undersized to convey the flows that are needed. And what that does is that backs up that entire system upstream of it, and it could create some potential sanitary sewer spills or overflows that would certainly be a detriment to the community. So really what the path forward would look like is the historical studies have identified projects that are recommended that would help reduce some of these capacity issues. Looking at projects number 1 and 2 here specifically, those would really address your worst case area. And then, some kind of best practices or things that can be done would be to kind of monitor what the flows going into the Arlington Feather Beach system, which is kind of that area that goes to, along Lake Arlington. Keeping an eye on it, doing some preventative maintenance or other, small improvements that can be made that would help to, either defer or really minimize the, whatever projects would be needed in addition to that. So, really the bottom line is there's really no capacity in portions of your system that would be able to accept additional sewer flow produced by growth and development. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
I'd like to start out by saying, we saw this for the first time December 20th. And it was the first time that any of us had ever seen this. So this was historic to all of us seeing it. None of us were aware of the critical nature of our system. So that's why we thought it was important to bring it to you, the citizens, to make you, the citizens, aware of the critical nature of our system that we have. And with that, I will open it up to council discussion. Councilman Connors, why don't you kick us off?
Can you please go back to the, I think it's the second slide that you had pulled up? One more, I think. There you go. So the historical studies came from the Arlington Wastewater Master Plan in 2019. Then there was another one for Kennedale in 2014 and 2015, 2020. So Arlington has known about this since 2009. We've known about it since 2014, yet nothing's been done. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
I guess my question would be, why was nothing done at that time by either Arlington or us? And that, I guess that's something that we would have to talk about internally here. But in Arlington, why wasn't anything done? Do you know?
I don't. I am, I'm not sure actually how, say, maybe close attention they're paying to some of these flows or data. So that's a question that we would, I don't know if we would bring it up to them or not at this moment until we have a little bit maybe better handle on the situation. But
My thing is that if, and I'm playing devil's advocate here. If something were to happen, there was like an overspillage or a break or something like that, would that not be considered an environmental issue?
yes,
How bad of an environmental issue would it be?
I would say dependent on the size of the spill. TCEQ would tell you any spill is very detrimental, and I would tend to agree with that. I've seen these sewers, I've smelt these sewers, and I would say you want them to stay in the sewer. Yes.
The reason why I'm asking is because we do know that Village Creek does flow into our Lake Arlington. That would cause, and if there was a massive spill for whatever reason, and I'm just, like I said, playing devil's advocate, would Kennedale be on the hook for cleanup costs?
Potentially, yes.
And we're talking in the range of millions of dollars.
Could be.
So this would help protect us going forward by not having those cleanup costs, by not having any problems with the EPA or TECQ or TRWD or any of them.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Degenhart?
Thank you for the presentation. Just one point of clarification. We have some sewer lines that are over capacity currently, correct?
That's correct.
And if we continue to add additional load, basically imminent failure is in our forecast.
Additional flow does not solve your problem, it makes it worse.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Councilman Michaels? Councilman Horton?
So, based on this presentation, it looks like, we're fortunate to not have had a major issue on our hands yet. And just would you re-clarify your position? You mentioned it a little bit in your presentation, but if this moratorium is not put in place, what in your estimation would this continue to do to an already taxed system?
I would just say that additional customers that generate flow that enter into your collection system it bears the potential to make a problem that already exists worse.
Councilman Gilly?
Two questions. One answer, perhaps on one question. Historically, during the time period that I was on the council, 2017 to 2019, and what I observed from 2014 to 2017, the emphasis was on constructing sanitary sewer and water lines in and areas that would connect to these bottlenecks. It is, I'll use a simplified term. The choke point that we have now, the emphasis was creating sewer lines that would lead to those, but not replace the choke points. The question I would have, this moratorium is the way it's worded. It looks like it's limited to multifamily and townhomes. What would be the material difference between 100-unit apartment and 100-unit housing development?
In terms of sewer capacity,
Yes, sir.
the difference I'd say is pretty negligible. You know, when, if you're introducing any sort of, you know, development where people have water, the ability to, you know, turn a water tap, it has the ability to go down into a sewer drain, enter your system, and can contribute to this already identified issue.
So I guess the question is, and then there are other areas of the city where maybe this bottleneck doesn't exist, perhaps where where it feeds into the Fort Worth sewer. So I guess my question is, if there's very little material difference between 100-unit housing development and 100-unit apartment house, just, you know, to use the term, why are we limiting this to multifamily and townhomes?
I think that would be a question for, not for you, right?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, that'd be something we wanted to talk about, or?
I just point out, we're still in the public hearing phase of this presentation, so we probably ought to let the public speak, and then we also have another expert to speak also. So rather than engaging in question and answer at this point, we probably
Okay.
need to get the public hearing finished.
Okay, perfect.
I
Thank you.
do have a follow-up if I may.
Thank you, attorney. Quickly. You just told us to move along.
Never mind.
That's okay. Hold the thought. How about
Okay.
that? Hold the thought. All right, we'll have Dunaway then. Is that someone present? Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And while they're switching out, I'd just like to say that to your point, why wasn't this done? We will never know because no one is here from that time frame. That was, you know, Bob Hart was the city manager at that point. We do know the direction that he was taking, you know, the different where the investment was being made. I don't know if council back then ever saw this. I really don't. But I am, I know it was the first time any of us has ever seen it. So.
Thank you, Mayor. To build on Andrew's point and maybe address some of the other questions that you have, Dunaway took a look at some of the basic demographics of what is occurring in Kennedale and what has happened through your building permits and the new developments that you have done. And again, in the backup in regards to that, this is laid out for your consideration. In the last 3 years, Kennedale has seen 2 multifamily development projects constituting 382 multifamily residential units and 423 single-family and townhome residential units. Right now, the Census Bureau looks at the number of persons on average for Kennedale for each one of those units is about 2.76 people. That is kind of on average what has been observed through the census. The combined number of units is the impact of an additional increase in population of 2,222 residents. This thing represents about a 26% increase in population of Kennedale than what was previously observed in the 2020 census. The existing UDC permits a construction of multifamily development by right in certain zoning districts. That density has the ability to kind of overplay and overwhelm some of your existing systems. One of the things we looked at was your current traffic data on several of your roadways, some of the things that you're already in the process of improving, but additionally, long-range planning would help with doing the CIP in order to make sure that you have additional capacity that you can afford to build in based on what kind of densities that you want to see. One of the biggest aspects is always the West Kennedale Parkway, and looking at transportation of average daily traffic observed by the Texas Department of Transportation is 23,575 of all lanes going in both direction. And then right at Interstate 20, that increases to almost 25,000 daily trips. So it's a lot of traffic movement that is occurring, people commuting. That's again, all other traffic in there. But you can look at other of your arterials in two-lane connectors, Cannondale Sublet Road, measured between 4,600 and 8,000 trips from west to east on its sections. Little Skull Road and north-south arterial is between 5,000 and 6,000. And again, because of this traffic, you're also seeing daily traffic. Your city manager was kind enough to be able to provide to us the total number of accidents in the community. And that total number has increased on full annual accounts of major arterials by 23% from 2018 to 2021. And again, coupled with the utility information that Friesen Nichols has provided, Dunaway is look at this as part of that process that you want to see is how you can manage growth over a long period of time, and being able to utilize the tools such as a moratorium in this particular format would allow you to do further study into the density of housing, what available property that you do have for development, how that development is going to affect your transportation system, your utility system, and be able to calibrate it to a way that you can envision your community to make sure that you remain conservative with your treasure that is provided to you and be able to adequately serve the population.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We'll have the only person that we had signed up to speak went home. So, okay. Okay, that's a good idea. So I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing at 8:11. Is there anyone here that would like to speak that hasn't signed up? Oh, okay, good. If you'll fill the form out real quick, or just come up and speak and fill the form out later. How about that? We trust you. We know where you live. Your name and address in 3 minutes, please.
My name is Sarah Johnson. I now live at 221 Village Street, my childhood home. I have experience with Third Street with the sewers situation because all that is like the churches there. And I don't know if it's ever been updated since it was built. But sometimes we smell pungent sewage from the sinks in the bathrooms because of usage and stuff. And so I think it is wise not to go any further until we figure out what we're going to do with our present sewer system, because like our roads, our sewer systems probably need updating in parts of the city, because it's pretty old city. And I know Third Street with all the churches over there, we probably really need an update in the sewer systems. You just can't keep putting people in here without updating your systems, because you'll have a big problem.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Kay Lewis. I live over here on Delview. And I know there's those duplexes going in, correct? Where the blue house is. That's going to affect the sewer. My next door neighbor already has had to have, and our house is only about 4 years old, her whole place redone on the inside due to sewer package. I don't know how many homes are going, or duplexes are going over there, because I can't get an answer on that. But that's really gonna mess with our homes and everything around there. Just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you get your form filled out. Make sure you turn it in, just so we have that on record. So I'll close if no one else wants to speak, I'll close the public hearing at 8:14. And we'll open it up for council discussion at this point. And you had a question?
I did. It was for Andrew. If we update our sewer systems, okay, and because Sarah's right, it does smell very pungent on Third Street sometimes. even down by my house, and I'm on a hill. But if we do update our sewer systems, as you said, 80% of that flow does go to Arlington, correct?
Yes.
So updating our sewer systems, making those sewer system, I guess, holes bigger, are we still going to have a problem with Arlington because they haven't updated their systems?
So I talked about their actual sewer line projects that were recommended to address some of the capacity concerns. There are some other recommendations in some of those historical studies. One of them is called a sanitary sewer evaluation study, which is, it's a lot of like O&M type activities where you can look at maybe reducing some of your peak flows. Just general like best practice sewer management, you have more control maybe of reducing some of your peak flows and your average day flows. Cause you know, we take showers on a daily basis. We use the restroom on a daily basis. Those are kind of set in stone, but we talk about some of those peak weather events where you get a lot of groundwater infiltration. You have more control or ways you can maybe dampen or lessen some of those, which could maybe mitigate or really reduce some of those downstream Arlington type projects. So there would probably need to be some like a flow monitoring assessment done before and after to really kind of quantify the impacts and the results of some of that work.
Okay, and that's mostly on the western side. Now, on the eastern side, where does that flow go? Arlington?
It does, yes, just a different part of their system. The flow ultimately goes to what's called the Trinity River Authority, their central wastewater plant, which is in Grand Prairie, right there on I-20. So if you're driving like right before you get to Loop 12,
Yeah,
you might smell something. Yeah, that's ultimately where the flow from like this building ultimately goes there for treatment. And so you know, the Feather Beach system goes up north, the Key Branch system goes to the east, but that's where they ultimately all go.
Okay.
And well, I'll just say, I do not believe they have identified some of the capacity constraints on the Key Branch system that they have on the Feather Beach system.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Degenhardt? Councilman Michaels? Horton? Billy?
Just my question of earlier, if there's not a material difference between adding 100,000, pardon me, 100 homes and 100 unit apartment, we still have an issue.
I kind of agree with you.
For the record, I agree as well. Why wouldn't it cover single family also?
I'm going to jump in on that a little bit and I'll defer to the planning experts that are over there also. But part of the problem is the resource that the city has is the real estate. And what you're analyzing is what is the future use of the real estate asset that is available to the city. You can't put 100 residential lots on most of the assets that we have. You might be able to put 100 unit multifamily development on the assets that are available. So the short answer to your question is the density of multifamily increases the usage of our limited system so much more than residential uses. And I'll defer to the experts that are sitting in the room on
Right.
that, but that's the essential.
Thank you for that. That helps clarify it to me. You're putting a greater load on a smaller area than you would something that would be.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's essentially the same for the explanation that was also given regarding our the Dunaway presentation regarding your police and fire, even up to your park system. Increasing your population, that can happen with multifamily much faster than single residential. And just given the limited asset of real estate that's available in the city that could be zoned for residential versus multifamily, the purpose of the moratorium is to give the city an opportunity to pause for a second, evaluate what our usage is, what our capacity is. And again, the council will be asked to make findings that we are at or near capacity to support the moratorium. And if you make the finding that you're at or near capacity based on the reports of the experts, then the legislature has allowed the city to put in a moratorium. If we don't make those findings, we're not allowed under law to impose a moratorium.
Carvin, I would go as far as to kind of question that. Back in 2021, we said no to Adelaide Pennington's project over off of Lindo Road. That was going to be 13 acres and that was going to be over 100 units, townhomes and residential. We said no to Magnolia Hills Phase 2. That was going to be around 76 before they revised it and put it down to 71. We said no to the racetrack, which was going to be about 300. So in that 2-year time span, we did say no to 3, if memory serves correct, 3 residential areas that were over or at about 100. So there is just cause to put it for residential as well, because there are some areas in the cities on the west hand side that would encompass more than 100 single family resident homes. The old racetrack, which is right now over on New Hope, that one's being looked at for another, development that will be over 100. The current drag strip, that could be over 100.
Do you have any input on that?
Well, I can't engage with the council member specifically on that history. I mean, the history is what the history is.
Okay.
So with the history, I think that we might be able to go ahead and put single family residential in there based off the history and based off of what we know that is coming down the pipeline.
We're going to have to put it back to the experts. Again, I am not the expert on the justification. The legislature has imposed on us a requirement. I say us, I mean, the council has to make findings. And I'll just read you the statute that any essential public facilities are currently operating at or near capacity. And if we can make those findings, then we can justify a moratorium. So it might be prudent to ask some of the experts that are here if they want to comment on those particular elements. But again, we're not adopting the ordinance today. The ordinance is up for consideration on Friday, and I could make changes to the draft ordinance, along those lines, if that's the direction that you guys give me.
If I can get,
Do you want to ask?
if I can get some of those experts to speak on that really quickly, because I know that, people want to go home. So
Well, I'll just piggyback what the city attorney mentioned about the density and how that can impact the community in a faster or greater than a single family residential that may take time to build. Those things go up and then they just then you lease them out, and then that great demand on the system right there. In addition, not just with the sewer that we presented today, but also congestion of our roads. Right, there's going to be a lot of people in a concentrated area that have to get out, have to get over to 820, have to get to 287. So it's in addition to sewer, you've got traffic congestions, concerns for public safety on the increase in accidents, and also how many the increase in school capacity, right? So you're going to have more people in a concentrated area that may be zoned for that one particular school, as opposed to another part of town that's undeveloped and where a school is yet to be built that could support that. And so that's where I think our findings have focused specifically on the multifamily and the townhome development.
So the question was, there are at least 4 developments at or over or right around at 100 that we have said no to. Would 100 single family resident home versus a 100 single family or 100 apartment complex unit, it's essentially the same thing, except as I guess the apartment complex would be more constrained, whereas the other one is spread out, but they're still using the same load.
Probably in the grand scheme of things, but we've been talking about bottlenecks in congestion in concentrated areas. So I would say that on those types of developments that are in the draft ordinance, focus on that, again, that density and that higher demand at that location.
Andrew, would you concur in that? Hi. It's okay. I go to La La Land sometimes too. Would you concur with that statement?
I mean, I would just say here again, from a wastewater capacity or sewer perspective, you know, a shower at a single family residence and a shower at a multifamily residence, 5 minutes, you're generally using the same amount of water and producing the same amount of sewer.
So it's compatible. Thank you very much.
I got one question. Another thing you have to look at too is on multifamily and residential. You have single taps for residential and then the multifamily is going to have one single tap. So you're going to get more flow through a multifamily than you would do through a single family.
Okay, thank you. So we will, there's no more discussion or questions, then we'll go ahead and close our part of this. Everybody okay with that? And then just to remind everyone, we'll be voting on this Friday at 1 o'clock here. Thursday night, planning and zoning will have a public hearing on the same thing, on the moratorium, but there will not be a vote. They'll just be hearing it. It'll be a public hearing. And then we will have another public hearing on the 26th of January, which is a special council meeting that will be a public hearing and vote. And we have to do all of these to by ordinance of. Okay. Okay. We might be off the hook for the 26th then. Yeah, we're never upset about that. Okay, with that, that'll close the regular session and we'll go into executive session. I'll be reading a laundry list here. So if you want to leave, I understand. Thank you for all coming. The pursuant to 551.071, consultation with the city attorney pertaining to any matter in which the duty of the city attorney under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct may conflict with the Open Meetings Act, including discussion of any item posted on the agenda, legal issues regarding the Open Meetings Act, and the following: an update on the Uniform Development Code revision, discussion on short-term rentals, discussion of Alta 287. Pursuant to 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Pursuant to 551.087, deliberation regarding commercial or financial information that the governmental body has received from a business prospect that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the governmental body, and with which the governmental body is conducting economic development negotiations, or to deliberate the offer of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect described by subdivision. Pursuant to 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, and the following: update from the city attorney on city business. And we will recess at 8:28. You want a 5-minute? You guys good with 5? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute. 6 for you.
Doing okay. Next, how are we doing? So.
We're just asking about the other day. Okay.
So how about you? You look like you're still going. I hear you, I asked about you too. I hear you're walking 5 miles today. Unbelievable. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Good days and bad days. I mean, I don't know if it's the first time.
Your body talk.
We got a blood clot, but I'm having that ear still like I was doing before I got.
Is that, did your doctor say you called and that happened?
He just said, basically, if I look at it, it's pretty hard. I can still have a heart. So, you know.
Gary Walker, right? Yeah.
It was the funny thing. Walking on
Oh my God.
He calls me that starting. No, I just failed. Did you talk? No.
Well, I haven't called you because, I mean, I've got some things that can be done, but it also can be pushed forward to February. Pushed forward to February, March, so. Okay, let's just do that. Yeah. Let's just do that.
Okay.
We're back. It's gonna be February before we turn around.
I'm so happy. I'll give you a call.
Well, we don't want.
I wasn't.
Everybody wants to see him, and I'm trying to coordinate, and he's like nailing down Jello. He's over in Dallas today and tonight. Yeah. I'm very. No, I just. I bet I need to go out. I need to give her a call back. Years ago, it never, it's just never had done. So we've changed them. And I get a call. No, thanks.
That's good. Maybe better.
I used to work with Burleson and it was.
We didn't do them last time. I gave him crap on the first meeting. So you're going to let all my members see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes, yes. They're looking for. Have you been to? I attempted to go there. Yeah. But it's, and I think that's how it was reversed. All that. All done. Fire storage.
Yeah, we do for the ones that are registered, financing some. It's a matter of. The one that they brought up. As far as I know, they've seen. The problem that we was finding was trying to do an audit, especially buying it. They had the guy who was kind of made it over finance, but it's not dead. It's still all the services. I misspoke when I said in the city actually code ordinances. City ordinance violation. Listed on a service. And you don't have it. You can't really speak outside. You gotta have. I didn't expect it on one. It was a beautiful plan. Out there. He used my letter to get out of his. For the city, he couldn't have it. Those folks that spoke actually were right. They have to have a local property manager. I've been up there out of state. And it has to have emergency contact. Yeah. I mean, when I read this. Yes. Yeah. Obviously, $20,000. Saw that. Yeah. Brandon.
But you can't exceed 5 if they're not related. That's the way. Come on. Yes, yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to say that here. Right there. He's already. Yeah. Operations guy. You have that. After all this, after you say that. Actually, I'm used to it. Right. And I like to say this. Yeah. Division. I'm always 80.
Did Michael Chandler try to call you today? I have 9 voicemails, so maybe I won't answer. Nothing issue. He was over by the train tracks where a new automotive place. Nothing issue with them revving up engines after dark and oh gas. I'll be sure to reach out to him. If he doesn't hear back from me, let me know. What is number? Probably on your voice. Right. Yeah. Lower. Well, last I heard that happened. I'm telling you, I know Kevin very well. After he talked to you. He said, after you. Well, denied this permit. No, but okay. Give everybody the benefit of that once. Get it, they're gonna do for you, let me know. Build up the ready. Yeah, when the old one. They do. Yeah, and I think Max has got a lot of the. Map data. Got a great GIS person, so. I live right there. Provides roles and objectives. Still. I get an extra. I gotta use. Yeah, right. I don't get it.
Lot of product recycling. Yeah. This is the horse of that. Like there. They say. How do you make value? And put in an area where you kind of can gather, but it's not, you know, it's not. It is, and the thing is that still going. But it has, it's coming back. That things that people need. Market and touch. That's what provides that service to people who want to go over there. Back behind Target, that are up against the river. You know, those kinds of things. That's the development kind of thing, but that's the next sequel that I think Michigan really needs to work rather than trying to. You have to go from Bridge Street or to the Lincoln Highway, because the thing is that on every state, that's going to be a high street. And that was one big area. That all have problems. Well, this street. Well, now with the media too. Yeah. But I mean, that's Fulton Street goes. That's north south, right? Right. My wife's friend, No, see, that we steak and ale. Oh, yeah, see, I was saying. Yeah, I went there, Harry and his wife and they're there. It was okay, but it wasn't. It was like every. Go in and it gets like, oh. It's still there. It's still fun. Right? I'll get one of the things. So, all right, so I have two buddy. One got burgers. Get one, sure. So they bring out. Right? So it comes out like all long. So my buddy's sitting right across the way from her. We're sitting there just. Really, looking at us around. Right. On the way down. Professor is no, all of that. He was always sorry about it. First, had to have an accent. You know, I went into Walmart at 2 o'clock. The guy buying car battery, cottage cheese. You know? I think the only Jewish. Well, I grew up, from Texas. I grew up in
So, I've got sort of, but yeah, my family in Texas, I was from Texas, so. Then when I moved. I didn't even know they wanted that. Well, and they're playing the Niners next weekend. That's what the Well, the Niners are special on fire, so I fully expect that. So. We do our own version. So we gotta be careful of your age. Yeah, yeah. That's a real. Well, I tell you what, Eagles have put together something, you know, I mean, it was just a whole new thing. Had those families. Sure. Still in bad shape. Yeah. Yeah. Does have like a little bell house? Yeah, but there's another one in there. We know. Oh, but that's. That's what they want to do for real. Like the precinct is that. Somebody who lived down.
One side of the street is water, one side is sewer. And your maintenance guy is the man. Because you see the bars with man, smaller cities like this. Sometimes driveway, somebody, trees, you don't know everything. You have to go by history. That guy said, you go time, and then way back, like it did. There's no, looking for it. You can't locate there. Oh, yeah. But now, you know, the street that we have to come bring the concept. Yeah. Started and all that.
That's right.
Yeah, it's all my material. Yeah. Oh.
We can go, man. Get a hated life if I just walked out the door, man. All right. Yeah, really. Ready? Yeah. Some of those Carmen's breakfast burritos.
You already done? All right.
You guys have a good evening. You too.